Hello again. So I'll be going over another world building tutorial today. I realized that the last tutorial was all right, and it did teach you how to open up a new world and save a new world, and the very bare basics of making a world in Resonite. However, I wanted to go over a little bit more in detail. So when you want to make a new world, there's several different options that you can use. Um, to make a new world in general, you go to this button called Create New World. Sometimes, your dash might look a little bit different, but it is going to be this green orb with the plus right there, Create New World. So click that. So you get this UI, and depending on if you already know what you want to make, you can make a name for it. Say I wanted to make a... oh gosh, the possibilities are endless. Literally. Um, let's say I want to make a fantastical forest. Yeah. Okay, and while I'm building this world, I want to make sure that it's on private, unless I want friends to join me and help me build. However, for the most part, if you're going to be building a world and saving and all of that, it's better to be on private so people don't sort of spawn things out and you accidentally save them in the world when you didn't mean to, etc. The template could be any one of these. I normally will suggest a grid world. If you wanted to make some sort of, say, like island or something like that, platform would be fine as well. Blank is, well, it's blank world, and it doesn't have any sort of ground to it. So I normally recommend grid or platform, but let's go with grid. All right, start session. So now I am in a grid space, and it looks very basic. It's very straightforward. It has the sky. We kind of saw this in the last tutorial as well. Pretty nice. People often like to open up one of these just to sort of work in willy-nilly. I am going to be going over how to create a world without needing to open an inspector. But I'm still going to be using an inspector during certain parts of it, and I'll just sort of let you know, like, hey, this part is optional, or this part is not optional when it comes to the inspector stuff. If you don't know how to use an inspector, I suggest going back and looking at previous tutorials on this channel. There's also the community tutorial playlist for Resonite that is linked to in this channel as well. So the first thing that we're going to do is we're going to pull out some different world building tools. So to do this, we're going to go to Resonite Essentials. And there's a couple different places that we'll definitely be using in Resonite Essentials. The first one is the tools, of course. So first, we'll spawn out some of these. Dev tool. We won't need the Flux tool for this specific tutorial. Material tool, we will need. The Grabbable tool, right here, we will need. And then also the Character Collider Setter tool is another good one for world building, especially if you're not going to be using an inspector. All right. And you know what? Just for giggles, let's also bring out the light tool. So I'm going to, real quick, throw all of these tools on my tool shelf. Okay, so now those are all on my tool shelf. There's a lot of different multi-tools and quick tools and all sorts of things like that will allow you to easily switch between tools without having to do this. But for the sake of the tutorial, I will be using these. Normally, I would be using my regular multi-tool, which is this funny little bee. I like it quite a lot. It's a public item, by the way. It's in my public folder if anybody wants it. But for today, we're just going to use the regular tools. Sorry, little bee. Bloop. So I hope that it's already been taught to you how to delete items and things through your context menu. I'll probably show that again at some point. But now that we have these, we're also going to need some assets to put in the world. And as I went over in the last tutorial, I think the first thing I'll do is I'll make a different skybox. So, this one is nice and all that, but let's get something a little bit more colorful. And then also something on the ground as well. So let's see. Now, I should also go over, where do you find these assets, right? Like, it's not exactly super clear where you get these things to make the world. So we're going to go back to our Resonite Essentials page, and I'll show you exactly where we can get these assets. The first thing I'll show is where you can grab assets directly from the Resonite Essentials, so Resonite assets specifically, and those would be under, well, assets, Resonite assets, and then it has all these sort of things. So we could use the skyboxes from Resonite Essentials. We also have a lot of things like Dawn assets. So these are basically pieces and parts of buildings that are, Resonite default buildings that you can use to put together like a pre-made building, basically, of your own design without having to use an inspector. There is and I will show you exactly how to do that. So say I wanted to double click one of these, spawn one out. So that's a big old door, I believe. Don't mind my UI up here. Let's see. And I also want like a wall, let's say. So I'm not going to put together a full one of these. Hi, Bebot. But I am going to just very briefly show you the tool that you need in order to put these things together. And I believe that's under custom. And it's called the module snapping tool. It looks like this kind of funny magnet. Yeah. So I'll just equip this, and then you can see when I click on this, there are these sort of these little orb type things right here. And then I'm gonna kind of line these up how I want it, like that. And then I'll click the other one. And I believe, yeah, you click the other one, and then you click that, and then they snap together. And it's a little iffy sometimes, the way it works. And there's a lot of sort of slots and bulk on these items in order to make them snap together, but it does work without an inspector. It's a really well put together system by the Resonite team. And I've made quite a few buildings with these types of things, so I figured I should mention that. It's a good one. We are not going to use those today, however, but it was good to show. So instead of using that today, we're going to actually use some of the community assets that are in, Resonite in general. And you can find a lot of those assets through the Resonite Essentials community shared folders. So there is kind of a central location for a lot of these assets that have been collected over the course of, since Resonite began. And, there are a lot of really good assets in these folders as well. I'm going to do a quick call out to Gearbell's Toy Shop. She has amazing stuff in here. Like anything that you can think of that has to do with what is possible in Resonite, it's probably going to be in Gearbell's Toy Shop. But the place I'm going to bring you to specifically is, if you go into my public folder, there's another folder in there called Metaverse Academia Public. Now, this is kind of a hub center for a lot of different assets and tools in Resonite that have been created and made public by the community of Resonite. So a lot of that is going to be in public folders. Now we have a lot of different things in here. We have a whole slew of avatars, different types of avatars, a whole lot of picked out, curated worlds to visit. But the public folders is really where it's at, especially the world building public assets folder right here. So you're going to find pretty much anything that you need for world building in this folder. So we're going to start with skyboxes, of course. So we have CC0 skyboxes, and CC0 basically means like, okay, it's free to use. It's been uploaded by people who made it and said, hey, this is free for public use. So we're just going to take a look around. I believe that some of these, or perhaps it is this folder specifically, that I went to a lot of different sort of like free assets websites, and I found the CC0 skyboxes. So these are a lot of textures, but if I wanted, and you can still use the textures themselves, but say I'm just looking for a material orb, right? And that's just something I can put directly into this. And so I have a material orb now, but what if, oh, and I was scaling with both of my lasers there, just in case you didn't know. But what if I want a different type of skybox on there? What if I want something like, prettier? Let's say this sort of pink sunset looking thing, right? I mean, that looks really nice. But like, how do I put that in the orb? So first, just like the last tutorial that we did, we're going to select this material orb. And the way that you can select it, you can grab it and put it directly in the orb, or you can point at it and then press your secondary button, and it'll just put it right in your material tool. And then you point at the sky and you click. Now we have a cool looking skybox. Look at that. Nice. So, but what if I want to use this? What if I want this pretty sunset one instead? Well, easy. So all we have to do, and the material's still in our orb here, in our material tool. So I just have to open up my radial menu, and here, we'll do this. Open up my radial menu and then hit edit material right there. Because it's this material that we're using on the skybox. And all I gotta do is I gotta grab this texture that I want, and then click that little square where it says the texture right there. And you can see that it's been replaced. And if you look in this, you can see, oh, well, it has my new one on it, but why hasn't the sky been updated yet? I just gotta click again. And now it's been updated. Okay, so I'm gonna go ahead and delete this through my context menu. Now, when I destroy it through my context menu, when you destroy anything through your context menu, actually, it does a sort of like a soft delete on it. So the assets stay in the world. They stay in the assets folder in the world hierarchy. Now, when you hard delete something from the inspector trash can instead of the little recycling thing, then the assets also get deleted from the world. So I normally recommend, unless you're doing some fancy things with trying to save assets, I recommend just deleting with your context menu or using the little recycle bin. Yeah. And on that note, we can also just delete this material orb through the context menu. So it's still in assets. We can still see the gorgeous skybox. Hi, Bebot. You're gorgeous too. Okay. So now we want a material for the ground. Like, I don't want this grid no more. I want something cool again. I want, like, leaves. I want a forest floor. This is the fantastical forest. I want a forest floor. So we're going to go back to our world building public assets, but we're actually going to go even further back to public folders. And we're going to go into assets, tools, public folders. So if you're looking for things like textures or materials or things like that, and we're looking for materials, then assets and tools public folder is a pretty good place to look. Now, whenever I look for materials specifically, I love this one, Julio Salette. There are so many amazing, amazing materials in here. A lot of them are really high res textures, so keep an eye out for that. But what we'll do is we'll just kind of look like, see, what do we have here? Got some stuff there. Maybe we want something stylized. Ooh, those are nice. So we do have a ground there. But I bet there's some really good looking forest floor type of things. Yeah, so here's something. That's not bad. There's not a lot of grass in a forest. So this kind of looks like a lot of dirt and stuff too. So I think this should work. So I'll take my material tool again. Just use my secondary to select the thing that I want. Now I do have a mod right now in place where just hitting the secondary like that does work. Often, especially if you don't have the mod, you'll actually have to take out the orb and then put the orb in here. So that's something. You can just delete the old orb that was in there. That's fine. So I'm just going to point to the ground. Bam. Now it is dirt. Beautiful. So let's see. I think that this ground looks a little bit too tiled for my liking. So what I'll do, yeah, it's just a little bit too like small, if that makes sense. You can kind of see it's really tiled. Excuse me. So we'll be editing the material in there, and you can see all of these are like, 2K textures, which is pretty high. But we can optimize all of that later, and I'll show you that later. So I'm going to change the texture scale to something smaller. Let's see, like 0.3. There we go. That looks a little bit better. And then I noticed when I kind of look off in the distance, especially that way, there's a lot of sort of shine. And normally that's a PBS metallic thing. So first of all, I'm going to clear, this metallic map, which did not help. So I'm going to go ahead and just undo that. Bring that back. But I am going to turn down the smoothness here. Or actually, no, if you have a metallic map in place, then the metallic and smoothness meters don't work at all. It's all just taken care of by the metallic map. So since this is Julia Salette, I'm just going to keep it like that. It'll be fine. Okay. So I think the next thing that we'll do, now that we have kind of this nice little setup, is we're going to go into the inspector and do some organizing very early on. Now, again, if you don't really want to do inspector stuff, that's okay. You can skip this part. But I do highly recommend it for people who are learning and for anyone who makes a world in general. So we're going to open an inspector. We're not going to select anything first. We're just going to open an inspector directly to root. And this is what it should look like. So we'll have the spawn area. This is the skybox, and you can see the materials that I had put on it. So this one from the very beginning as well, these kind of get saved. So if you end up changing the skybox a whole lot, then this skybox slot will fill up with materials. I mean, if you don't mind that, then that's okay. You can always just delete them up here, whichever one. All right, and this is the ground. The ground is almost always going to be on root. And it's pretty straightforward. We're not using this grid texture anymore, so I'm just going to delete that. Don't need it. And I believe we're not using this PBS metallic anymore either. So I'm just going to delete that. Might as well. When it comes to the ground collider, it is often recommended to make sure that the collider is more than 0 right here. Because when you have a box collider or a mesh collider that has y as 0, like this, then it's very easy to fall through. You want something to be able to kind of catch you. So I'm actually going to make mine pretty thick. Now the issue, of course, with making this bigger is that, here, I'll visualize the collider. Oh, yeah, actually, never mind. Let's not do that. So the biggest issue, of course, is that you have to remember to change the offset of the collider on the y-axis, because when you make this bigger, so let's say I'll just use as a visual, this horizon is, you know, like 0, 0, 0 or whatever. So this is where I'm standing right here on the horizon. And then if I make the collider bigger, it goes whoosh. So now suddenly I'm standing a little bit above the ground. And so we want to make an offset to change it so I'm standing visually on the ground, but the box collider is still down here. So now that I've made the size of the collider on the y-axis 0.1, I'm going to change the offset to negative 0.05. And you might have seen me just sort of skip down a little bit. So now I'm standing correctly on the ground. Okay. While I'm remembering this, we are going to go ahead and save the world. So important. So we're going to go ahead and save this world as well. Very important thing to do. Remember to save. Remember to save in a good spot. Even though your worlds will save in the My Worlds tab down here, you also want to remember to save in your inventory like a world orb, if you want to. It won't take up any extra sort of room in your inventory or anything. It's just a little world orb. But I usually like to have them in there just so I can locate them easier. It's kind of harder to navigate in the worlds menu, so in my personal opinion. So I'll just name a folder, Fantastical Forest. Create. And the reason I like to make a new folder for it as well is because I will usually like to save or make another folder in there called assets, and I'll save the assets of the world in this folder. So let's see, for example, if I wanted to directly save the Skybox that I'm using, I can't really see very easily. I can pull that out and then I can save it to my inventory right there. Yeah, so now I'm like, oh, I remember I used that one Skybox in this one world, that, you know, Fantastical Forest world, but, you know, then I'd have to open up the world to go get it, but I want to use it right away. No, you can just go to your assets folder in here and you can just pull it out. I like to do that for organization's sake. It's not for everyone though. Okay, so I'm in the folder that I need, and now I'm going to go to session, and I'm going to go ahead and save as, and save to inventory. Now, while we're in here, I do recommend turning on autosave if you're sort of in the process of building and you're going to be building for a little while. I'll save my world to this specific save that I've just made every 10 minutes. So it's not going to save an entirely new world every time it saves over. It's just going to, you know, save changes over the world that we just made. So no worries about that. Now we're going to get a little bit into organizing. I love this part. Okay. So the easiest way to do this next part, I never recommend selecting the root slot. Selecting the root slot will lag you out so badly. And there's nothing that we need to edit on the root slot or anything like that. So what we do instead is we're just going to create new and go to empty object like that. Easy peasy. We're just going to drag the empty object underneath root. Actually, it's already underneath root, so never mind. We can reset, or we will reset the position, the rotation, and the scale of the empty object. And I'm going to name the empty object world. And this is where all the things in the world are going to be parented under. Now, I think if I want to locate this slot easier when I open up, the inspector on root, I want it to be colored. So I'll be like, oh, that's where the world is. Excellent. So if I want to make a color, I can write in the, I believe, less than symbol, and then the word color equals, and it can be any color you want, but for now, let's do yellow. Might as well. And then the greater than symbol, and that closes that off. And then in all caps, I'll do world. And in order to close off that sort of markdown for the color, we're going to do less than symbol / color greater than symbol. That's how you do, text coloring in your inspector. Okay. So now we have our world slot. And it's very important to reset all the positions and transforms of this, because if we ever want to do any sort of like rescaling and stuff like that, we want to make sure that our scale up here is uniform, 1, 1, 1, and same with the position and rotation, all reset. So far, there's not much that we put underneath the world slot. However, and this is something that not everybody likes to do, but I like to do, is put the spawn area, so people spawn at this location, put that underneath the world, right there. And the reason I like to do that is because I like to make this extra step, and that is under the common spawn area. If you double click on spawn area, there's this option that says parent user. I'm going to check that on. So that way, whenever anybody spawns into this world, their user root is going to be put underneath spawn area. And I'm going to make it even more clear that this is the case. Oh, by the way, I have a keyboard that allows me to do colors really fast. So if you see me fill out like colored words really fast, that's why. It's Scrap Savage's keyboard. Very nice. I believe it is in his public folder, which is in the Metaverse Academia public folder. Yeah. So I'm just going to put a little note that says users here. Yeah. So now you can see under spawn area, it says users here. And to keep up with that, I'm going to put my own user root underneath spawn area. Yeah, so now I am under spawn like that. And that also means whenever I spawn things out into the world, they will show up underneath the spawn area because that's where I am. That does help prevent clutter under the root. Now, again, if you don't want to use an inspector for making your world, that's all right. You're going to end up getting all of your items and everything that you spawn out just directly underneath root. If you don't care about organizing, that's fine. I care about organizing, but it is optional. So now that we have that in place, let's see, what else can we do here on root? One thing that I usually like to recommend is under the light, for the directional light, is to turn off your shadows. So you can see right here, it says shadow type soft. I'm going to change that to none. There's hard, soft, and none. And the reason I do this is for optimization reasons, because shadows end up making a lot more, it makes the world a lot more performance heavy, especially once you make shadows for point lights and stuff like that. And since this is going to be kind of a a fantastical darker forest, I'm also going to make the light itself a little bit lower. So I'm going to change the intensity of the light to 0.5. So now we're here again. And let's see. So this is very, very full of lots of different things. There are also some entire group folders in here that are dedicated to building, like world building, and the biggest one being Creator Jam. So the Creator Jam public is in here, and most of what you're going to want for world building is in the 3D models folder. So oh my gosh, there's just so much in here. It's amazing. So let's see. I am going to want a fantastic forest. So the first thing that catches my eye in terms of forest would be, oh, well, here's plants. Plants folder. Excellent. Oh my gosh, there's trees. Trees folder. And it just keeps going deeper and deeper into it. So let's see. If I wanted to have a couple of different trees, and they're foresty type trees, and maybe I'll have like one big central tree, right? And I could maybe use this one. That one looks pretty cool. And then a couple of different types of filler trees. There we go. Nice. Awesome. And remember, you can rescale things by grabbing it with both your lasers and pulling in and out like this. So I'm going to start by getting out, the assets that look interesting to me. Let's see, maybe the stump. That's nice looking. Let's go back to 3D models. Fire pits. Interesting. Okay. We can have a fire pit. And maybe I'll want to keep my things sort of off of spawn, so you can see the visual of where people will spawn in right here. Okay, let's go back to 3D models. What else is there? What else can I put into my fantastical forest? Oh, there's a big honkin' crystal. That's kind of cool. It's fantastical. Sure, why not? Okay, so yeah, there's a lot of stuff in Creator Jam Public. It's a good one. But let's go back to the world building public assets. Maybe I'll want some forest friends. Softpoint buddies. Softpoint has a lot of really amazing stuff in his public folder. And I just severely enjoy these fun little creatures. Here's a cute little caterpillar. We'll have him. And maybe a kitty. Little forest creature. And a bumblebee. Hi. Ooh, look at him go. Yeah, okay. Now let's go back again. So it looks like Softpoint also does have a snapping build tool. So these are different build tools you can use to make things out of blocks. And it's very kind of Minecraft-esque. Speaking of, there are Minecraft... you can basically just play Minecraft in this game. There are snapping Minecraft blocks and things like that. There's a lot to explore. There are entire sets that you can use. So let's see, if I go to trees and plants, that's just a palm tree. That's all right. How about open sorcerers? Building kits. Ooh, so there's lots of things in here. There is also a folder that I put together myself that is full of specifically things from Sketchfab that are fantasy themed. So let's see, there's a lot in here. Say I wanted, and Sketchfab, normally their items are CC0 or CC something, and they're free to use, free to download. So, say, oh, some sort of funny runestone. Oh, and that reminds me, I'm gonna need some stones around here as well. So, let's see, Quaternius, you can find this Quaternius folder like everywhere in all different sorts of public folders. So if I want rocks, I love this stylized nature mega kit. You can find this in the Crater Jam folder as well. Oh, so here's some good looking rocks. Yeah, let's just pull out maybe a couple of these. Yeah, cool. And I think I will actually turn the lighting back up just for the time being. So there we go, just while we're building. Oh, and I am going to need some mushrooms. And there's a reason I'm only getting out one of each thing. Very good reason. And if you are building along with this tutorial, which I do suggest, having this play in the world while you're building, because you can bring in YouTube videos into Resonite by just copy-pasting the YouTube link into the world. But following along is good, especially if you're making your own sort of themed world and you're looking through all of this stuff. Because me looking through this is going to give you some time to look through it. I think for grass, I am going to show you a cool tool that is in the Resonite Essentials tool under tools and then brushes. It's plant brushes. And there's a lot of different really nifty brushes for all of this, but there's specifically a grass brush. Very fun to use. There's also like ivy and stuff. Leaf cluster. Yeah, so I'd like to use ivy to sort of fill in spots that are kind of empty and need something in it. Yeah. So now I have my stuff separated between, okay, there's only going to be one of those things, but I'm going to have a whole bunch of these specifically. And what we're going to want to do is instance these things. And by instance, I mean be able to duplicate them without, doubling up on all of the assets, like the meshes and the textures and materials. So the way we're going to do this is we're going to use a Creator Jam tool in order to instance these. Now, I have not found this tool in the Creator Jam public folder. It might be in there somewhere, but it is also in the Metaverse Academia public under Community Tools and Community Asset Editors. And it's this sort of paint palette looking thing. Here we go. So I'm just gonna flatten that. Now I use this all the time for world building. It really helps optimize your world. So we're just gonna put some things on here. And while I'm thinking about it, I want to double check and make sure that the things that I want to be able to walk on or run into specifically have character colliders on it, have those colliders on it already. The way you can tell this is really easy. You just walk into it. If you walk right through it, then you know that it doesn't have a character collider on it. I generally only recommend putting a character collider on things if it's low poly, because running into a high poly object that has a character collider will make your frames drop like nothing else. So what I'm going to do, and I got this out earlier, is I'm going to get out my character collider setter tool, and I'm just going to click on the objects that I want to be able to run into. Now you can see I can't just walk directly through it. So I don't really recommend putting it on the trees. If you want there to be a tree that you can climb on, for example, I'm going to want to be able to climb on this tree because it's going to be the big tree TM that things in this world will be centered around. So I am going to put a character collider on this one. I did that, so now I can walk sort of on top of it. And then I also want my rocks to be able to be walked on like that. When it comes to, and we'll do this one too, just for fun. And maybe the stump as well. Yeah, these are all pretty low poly objects. But the crystals and these trees and then these mushrooms, I don't think that they'll need the colliders on them. So now that we've done that, we are going to sort of just stack these on this nifty little palette here. Gosh, I love this palette. You will see why in a minute. Oh, Bebot. Bebot's getting frustrated. Hold on. I gotta turn off his gun. Swear to God, Bebot. We're not done yet. Yeah, we can have multiple of these. That's fine. And I personally already have these items saved to my inventory. So if I save these to my inventory again, it's not going to fill up any more of my inventory space, but it might for you. So watch out for that. But now that I have these on here, I can click this button and I can still move the paint palette around, but when I grab these, it will instance them. So you can see the original one is still on there, but now I can just sort of put these around the world and now they will retain the same sort of assets throughout. And if I wanted to make this bigger, I can. I think what I'll do is I'll save this to the assets folder I made earlier of this for this world. So here in my own personal assets folder here, I can just save this whole thing. And now it's in there. Nice and easy. So one thing that you can do as you go along with this, just so you don't have to do it all at once and things don't get confusing, is use this grabber setter tool and just use your secondary on things that are grabbable to make them not grabbable anymore. So now I can't grab it. I can still walk on it and all that. If I want to make it grabbable again, I just click and it will flash like that every time you do. There we go. So I'm also going to go over a little bit more inspector stuff, and this will help you with organizing as per usual. Now, let's see. So we're going to go back here into, let's get up a little bit closer, back here into world, and we'll go to spawn area, and you'll see that all the stuff I've been spawning out is already under here. Now, I'm going to want to make different folders for things. And so I'm going to just go ahead and select world and make a child slot. And I'm going to rename this to environment. And so basically all of my foliage and props and things will go under here. In fact, I'm going to make another child and name it foliage. So that way I know that all the things on this palette are going to go under foliage. And I guess the crystal counts as foliage for now. That's fine. In fact, I'll just do foliage slash rocks. There. So now that I have this all organized, I'm just gonna grab the things that I already duplicated here and then put them underneath that. And I'll include the trees and things too. So I'll make another one, another child, and name it props. Let's see. Props. Awesome. And so the props, we can put soft point stuff underneath the props. Excellent. So we'll just make sure to check in with this organizing here and there. Again, you know, if you don't want to do the organizing or the inspector stuff, then you can skip this part. Okay, so one thing I would like to explain when it comes to the sort of environment. Now, if you're going to have, if you're going to have a closed area and you don't want to be able to see the horizon specifically, so for example, a forest, you know, you want to be surrounded by forests and you don't necessarily want to see like, oh, there's just emptiness that way, right? If it's an ocean or some sort of skyline, then yeah, maybe you would want to see the horizon. But in a lot of cases, you're not going to want that. So what we're going to do is we're going to make a backdrop of sorts. And I will show you the easiest way to do that, in my opinion, is to use really big rocks. And we'll also achieve this easier if we're really big ourselves. So I'm just going to go into scaling and enable scaling and then scale myself to be much bigger. And in fact, it is often good practice to be in no clip when you're world building. Oh, my no clip is very quick though, so let me show you how to set that to be different. If you go to controls under your settings, you can change your no clip speed right here. So this is already really high, 33, and you can see me sort of zip around a lot. Generally, a grid space that you make by default is going to be big enough for a world, but a lot of people will, depending on what kind of world they're making, they'll expand it by either making the grid bigger or adding more things. I'm going to keep it this size for now. And I'm also going to turn my no clip speed down. So now I'm zipping around a little bit less. There we go. So let's make a backdrop. And I am going to use this rock. I'll make it really big, like really, really big. Like that. And you can see, you know, the two corners of the grid space over there. So, oh, happy button. So let's see. Yeah, we'll make it really big. And this will ensure that we won't be able to see the horizon very easily. Now, I can grab this and duplicate it in my menu. This is essentially the same as using the instancer plate down there. As long as you're not spawning out new ones from your inventory every time, then it should be fine. So what I'm going to do is I'm just going to actually duplicate that a lot. And you can, just by rotating and changing the scale of these rocks, maybe I'll turn one, well, maybe sideways isn't the best. That won't really match very well. They all will look decently different. You know, they're starting to look like, oh, those are just, you know, it's just rock formations, whatever. And I can even make them super big and a bunch of it will stick out underneath the world, but that's okay. So I just want to make sure that they're clipping into each other. Like so. Clipping into the grid so there's no holes. There we go. So this is going to create a nice sort of backdrop for us. And it'll fill out the space. And you can see why being bigger is a lot better in this case, because it allows us to see things a lot easier. It's just about a change in perspective. There we go. And I'm going to just do a quick check around, make sure there aren't really any holes. And remember that, see if I go into walk really quick, remember that these all have character colliders on them, so I can't like run through them on accident or anything like that. Okay, so now that we have these all in place, I'm going to take my grabbable setter tool and make them all not grabbable. You can tell if it's grabbable by your laser. If they're not grabbable, your laser will be green. If they are, your laser will be red. Okay, and I think I got all those. So I'm going to go back to my little central area, reset my scale, and also get into walk. Yeah, so that looks pretty good. Now we have a good sort of backdrop. Now I'm going to go back into the inspector. If you like organizing, then definitely do this part. We'll go into environment, and I'm just going to make a child of foliage rocks, and I'm going to name it backdrop. And then have these specific rocks in the backdrop. That way I can keep better tabs on what things are where and all that. Because if you end up using a lot of trees and a lot of rocks, then they can pile up. So having folders is really nice. Yeah. Okay. So now we have our backdrop. And although this is auto-saving, I am going to just save changes here. Now I'm going to do something that is called scatter. We're going to make scatter, and that is basically, well, what I'm about to do, which is grab a bunch of trees and scatter them around. And this is also the same for rocks. I want to make sure to scatter around a bunch of rocks. Now this part can take a little while. So what I might end up doing is speeding up this footage. We'll see. Also scatter these around. Make them different sizes at some point. Yeah. One thing that I often like to do with forests specifically is I will make a cylinder and put a specific texture on them that looks like sort of black forest, and this will fill out the background. So let's see. Let me put together an example of that. So I found this on Google Images, I believe. I've had it for a while, so I'm not sure. But as you can see, it's basically just like a shadow of a bunch of trees, and it's just an image. Now, what I did was I created a 3D model. And if you don't want to, do specifically this part, which does require an inspector, you can just make this really, really big and put it sort of around like that. As you can see, actually, yeah. However, we're going to do something a little fancier right now. So we can create a cylinder. Bam, tiny cylinder, because I'm really big right now and it's always going to be scale 1. So I'm going to open up this cylinder, and I want to keep it scale 1. You generally want to do that with shapes and things. And I don't want the caps on the cylinder, but I do want the radius to be absolutely gigantic. So maybe like 50. You can see the bounding box there, so 50 isn't enough. Maybe 80, not enough. 120, maybe that's too much. Let's go with 90 for now. We can always change it. Sides, we don't need too many sides, but 16 is fine. Oh, I grabbed that on accident, and we'll change that by making it not grabbable. And we do not need a collider since our rocks already have colliders on them. And I don't need these. And then I need the height to be taller. So 10 is fine for now. And we don't want the PBS metallic on root. We generally do not want to change our root material. So I'm going to make a new material with create new. And you can do this as well with the material toolgun. Create new material, but I normally use my dev tool for everything. It's just sort of nice to have it all in one tool anyway. So I'm going to go to materials, and we're going to create a an unlit material, because unlit will allow us to make it completely black, and it'll just sort of suck up all the light and we won't be able to see any weird reflections on it or anything. So now we have this unlit material, and we're just going to put it right in that material slot here. And we are also going to make the sidedness to be back. That way we can see it on the inside, but not on the outside. And we're also going to put the texture in there. There we go. As you can see, it's just opaque, so we're going to have to change that to cutout. And it's really flat right now, so let's change that. We can change it by just changing the texture scale right here. So let's up the x-axis. That looks fine. And one thing I did notice is that, I'm not sure if you can really see it over the video, but there is sort of a line right here on the image. So I'm going to change the texture offset on the Y a little bit. Excuse me. -0.01, and that will get rid of the top of that image. Okay, so that unlit material is pretty good. I think we've got that material down. And we can just get rid of this through the context menu. I'm going to rename the cylinder to be tree backdrop. And so we're going to go up one, or to the spawn area in our hierarchy. And we're going to grab this tree backdrop slot and go up one again and go to our environment and put it under foliage and rocks. In fact, since it's a backdrop, we can just put it under backdrop as well. So now it's here. And I'm going to parent this inspector to myself so it comes along with me. And if we kind of go out quite a bit, we can see it's still very, very small compared to what we need it to be, which is around sort of the edges of the rocks, like around here. So we're just going to mess with these numbers a little bit. So the radius, change it to 190, too small, 220, too small, 250, too small, 350. That's better. Let's keep it like that for now. And we'll make the height a bit different. And we want to make this pretty big since it is the backdrop. Yeah, that looks all right. Maybe, yeah, that should be fine. And because of the way we spawned the cylinder mesh, we want to make sure to reset the position, the rotation, and the scale. While we're up here, we can actually move this gizmo to bring this up a little bit. Yeah. And we can move it to the side as well. You can see it's kind of clipping through that rock over there. There we go. So now, if I make myself regular scale, you can see it looks a little bit more like a background. Here, let me get into walk. You can see it from the ground. Turn off the gizmo. Yeah, so it's still kind of small. I want it to be quite a bit bigger. So let's change the height to be 80. And let me reselect it so I can move it up a bit more. Like that. Good, good, good. That's looking quite a bit better. The trees look thin though, so I'm gonna go back into this material and change this to 8 instead. There we go. Hey, that looks good. Okay. So that is a nifty trick for making your backdrop a little bit nicer looking. The backdrop of the mountains as well could stand to be darker, especially if we're going to be making our world dark at all, which I think I'm going to be doing. So since these rocks are instanced, that means they all share the same material right now. So if I take my material tool gun, point at a rock, hit secondary, I'll get the rock material in here. Now, if I edit it as it is, you'll notice that all of the rocks are going to change because they're all sharing the same material. Let me cancel that. So if I want to make these rocks a different material, but keep the other rocks like these the same, then all I have to do is grab this material, and then I'm going to save it to my inventory. And while I'm at that, I might as well save it to my assets folder that I have for this world. So here's my assets folder. I'll just grab this material and save it. There we go. And I can just destroy that orb for now. And once it is synced, I can spawn it out again. And so since I have respawned this, it is now a different asset than the one that's already in the world. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to edit this one. And I'm going to just make it darker. Maybe I'll make it just a little bit colored like that. Save. And you can see, even though I'm changing this, the ones around me are still on the other material. But I'm going to change these. And so now I just have to go around to them individually and shoot them with this material. By the way, if you assign a material incorrectly, you just undo apply material and that'll work. Okay, so my backdrop is a little bit darker, which is great. That's what I want. Okay, so I can get rid of that. I'm just going to delete that for now. All right. So now I have a nice little backdrop. Okay. So now let's continue with the scatter. So I'm going to put maybe a couple of stumps around. And I'll get bigger again, go into no clip. There we go. So, and the further out your trees are going to be, the bigger that they can be. Make sure they're seemingly random. Since we already have a backdrop, making these trees a little bit more sparse is not horrible. When you're making a forest, do keep in mind that, and this, I think this is just a forest thing, but when a tree reproduces, the seeds spread around generally close to the trees. So you're going to have a lot of the same trees in one spot and then other trees in other spots. But they do mix a lot as well. Because, you know, our little forest friends are spreading those seeds around quite a lot. All right, let me reset myself. Looking okay. Ooh. So I'm just gonna go around here and make sure that these trees are touching the ground and rotate them a little bit here and there and make them not grabbable. That way they aren't floating. They look a little bit different since they're rotated and are different scales. And I can't accidentally grab them. It is good to do this at one scale, just to make sure, you know, like they aren't totally disproportional with how you want the world to look like in the end. Since these trees have a PBS metallic material on them, they will have fairly accurate lighting as well. This means that if it's going to be a very dark world, unless there is lighting directly around it, it'll be pretty dark. And we do want that. So we're not going to make a separate material for them as we did with the rocks up there. And the reason I am doing this now instead of after putting out all of the trees that I want out and about is, well, I'll show you in a minute actually. Also be careful not to make the ground grabbable. That happens very often in world building. Okay. So now that I have that, I'm going to go ahead and make myself large again. And now I will show you the magic. So I'm going to open up an inspector, go to where all the objects are, and you can see this fills up really quick. And if you're not going to be using the inspector, you are going to have to put all of these out manually instead of doing what I'm about to show you. So we're going to go into foliage rocks. And I'm going to make a child of this. And I'm simply going to name it trees. I'm going to make another child of that. And we'll just keep it trees child. That's fine. So all of the trees that I just put out, I'm going to be putting under that child right there. You can see by the bounding box that they are going into there. So if I wanted to get even further into optimization, before I put all the objects on that instancer plate, I could have gone into these and pulled out just the one slot that all the things are on, because I'm pretty sure a lot of these slots are just empty. But that doesn't matter too much. Anyway, I'll continue. I get really sort of intense about my optimizing often. Let's see. Yeah, okay. I just want to make sure that I'm grabbing the right ones. So by selecting them like this, you can tell exactly which one you're grabbing. Because not all of them are going to be in the same spot in the inspector. They kind of reorder themselves depending on which thing you grabbed last. Okay, so now we have all of these, and you can tell that it's all of those because if I move it like that, just like that. Okay, so what I can do now is while I have that selected, I can just go up here and duplicate that entire slot. And now that it's duplicated, I can change my gizmo to rotation. Oop, wrong way. And just rotate it like this. Like that. And I think I will only have to do that a couple of times. Yeah. Let's see, maybe I'll move this one just a little bit further out. I could probably do it once more. Like that. Okay, that looks good. I'd say that's good for the tree scatter. Now, I don't want to leave too many inspectors around. I generally like to clean up my inspectors. And since we made a child of an empty slot and put them all underneath that, none of these are going to be grabbable, so I won't have to do all of that again. Unless I missed one. But, we'll figure that out later. Okay, so we have tree scatter. Yippee! Now let's do some rock scatter. Now I already have some rocks sort of around, so let me just duplicate that a bunch. And we're probably not going to need too much of this further out. Like the less we can have of these types of things, the better. But for visual reasons, it's good to have some of it at least. Let's see. I'm just kind of putting some of these in empty spots. That should be good. Yeah, and leaving some spots of your world empty isn't so bad because then you get a nice little reason to build more. It's like, oh, what can I put here? All that kind of stuff. Okay, good. We're not done with the trees yet, by the way. This is just sort of like for the overall. Now, I think that's enough rocks. You generally don't need too many rocks. Maybe... now, when it comes to more specialty props and things like this stump, you want to have it in an area where people will actually see it. Otherwise, there's really no point in having it. Like for example, maybe I'll want to put like a little sign in this stump that tells people where to go once they spawn. You know, it's like, oh, go that way or something. Okay. Now let me get regular scale again. See, now you can really see that like this, you know, is way too big. So you want to make sure to rescale yourself pretty often. So maybe I'll kind of put these around. In fact, I can make them kind of come out of the stump like that. And turning off the grabbable as you go is generally a good idea. That way you don't leave it all for last. But of course, we're going to do, you know, an overall check later. Yeah, so that stump is pretty big. And it's all the way over there. So we might want to have it be smaller and more close by. Like perhaps, you know, and you can think about like the lore of your world as well. Perhaps maybe this spawn area was very specific and so you had to cut down some trees in order to make it more of a spawn area, maybe. Maybe these crystals help summon people. Maybe the rocks will be good for sitting on. Instead of having like logs, maybe whoever made this area gathered rocks to sit on instead. Yeah. Yeah. And we can have we can put fire particles in there. We're definitely going to go over some particle stuff too. Okay. Now, I know that we haven't turned off the grabbable on a lot of these rocks. So we're going to go around and do that. And also maybe, yeah, see, you can see that this is floating. So let's kind of lower these and make sure that they're not floating. It also does help to use your... So if something is slightly tilted, and then you can grab it and then click while you're grabbing, and it will axis align the object. So it's always good to do that if you're not sure. Oh yeah, these mushrooms. Kind of forgot about this. So maybe we can put big ol' mushrooms on this tree here. In fact, it'd be kind of fun to maybe put character colliders on these, because then people could climb them since they're big enough. But maybe just the two of them down there. So I'm actually gonna do that. And maybe let's move the crystals to be over here, because it is a fantastical forest, but the crystals don't need to be everywhere. If this is going to be like a shrine type of thing, then Now, while I am 1 scale, I'm going to put out some more trees in my general vicinity because I want these trees to be just a tad smaller, and so we can fill out the area around us a little bit better. Now, if you're making a sort of just like a comfortable, cozy world, and you're not really planning on doing too much with it, you can do this building after you make the grid a lot smaller, because the grid space is usually pretty spacious if you're 1 scale. But as you can see, you know, when I'm walking around, it's pretty large. I'd have to walk pretty far out there in order to get to the edge of it. So I'm going to take a quick break so I can make sure that these are staying organized. Yeah, look at that. So I'm going to open up another inspector. It's easier to organize stuff. So these are the duplicated trees, and that's fine. I'll keep them like that, but for the other ones, I'll just put them directly under this slot. Another thing you can do after you've created the world, I don't recommend it, but it's something you can do if you want to prevent all these slots, is bake all of the trees. It might make it more optimized, but not by much. I don't really recommend it because it would make it a lot harder to edit afterwards, if not like impossible. Okay, we're gonna do the rocks under a different child. So all these pebbles and rocks and things. Okay, I think... Okay, those are crystals. So I'm gonna make another one for crystals too. I do absolutely recommend making your world alongside this tutorial, because this may end up being a pretty long tutorial, just like the avatar one. Let's see, I'm gonna recolor this. And the reason I like to use all these colors is it's just easier on my eyes to find it when I'm doing all of this organizing. So like, you know, my trees are the green slot, the rocks are a white one, the crystals are blue because, you know, the crystals are blue. Okay, you will find sort of hanging around material orbs and stuff, so if you see those in your inspector, make sure to, yeah, like this unlit material orb was when I was making the backdrops. So just make sure to get rid of those. So this area around this tree, let's see, that's about 1 scale. So I'm gonna make a parent of this big tree, and I'm just gonna name it main area. Yeah, so then I can put the mushrooms that I put on that tree underneath the main area. That way, if I move the main area around at all, then I can move it all at once. I think I'll be putting that under environment as well, because there are going to be props that are in the main area as well, like that, like this sort of fireplace thing right here. Yeah, and I'm gonna want these rocks also to be under the main area. That way they will move with all the rest of them. Okay, I only have 3. I think I still need this one. Yeah. Okay. So can you see now why I like to suggest um organizing? Because if we were not organizing, then all of this stuff would just be underneath root. And it would be impossible to navigate. Now, with the way that I have the trees set up, especially in the background, this will allow you to make things further out very easily. And in fact, you could even make like, maybe a spooky game or something where it's completely pitch dark and there's sort of animals or something out and about. Um, and then maybe like the safe spot is this main area or something like that. Yeah. Okay, I'm gonna get into NoClip, get large again, and I assure you that if you have ADHD, use that to your benefit. I certainly do. As you can tell, I'm just kind of like, um, I'll sort of lose track of something that I'm doing in one area, and then I'll be like, oh, that's right, I'm doing things in this area too, and you can just switch, and that way it feels like you get things done faster, and generally you do get things done faster. Which can be very nice. Now, if I'm correct as well, then when you duplicate these, it will duplicate and keep it under the same slot. But hold on, we'll have to find out. Yeah, so now you can see while I'm all the way out here that these big trees, and then we have the smaller trees that are more one scale. So we'll have to make these smaller in order for it to match. Having the trees get bigger as you move out is pretty decent practice. It makes for good background. And it also makes it more atmospheric. So, like when you get deeper into the forests, the trees are bigger and spookier and all that. Okay, now let's double check just to make sure that these are spawning in. I think that the ones that I did duplicate over there spawned in the same area. Oh yeah, you can see right here the children, these slot counts. This is a mod, by the way, the slot counts here. But the original ones were 148, but when I duplicated the other ones, they rose in numbers. So when you duplicate something and it's under a slot, the duplicate will stay under that slot as well, in general, depending on the settings that you have. World building can get a little, if you're really focused on it, you can lose track of time really easy, which is a big reason I have autosave on, but also make sure to stand up and hydrate and all that. It's good for you. In fact, hydration break. If you're working alongside right now, hydration break right now. Okay, here we go. Now standing up a little bit, stretch my legs. So the reason I wanted to keep some of this stuff open is because I'm going to bring out, let me reset my scale. I'm going to bring out another few things. I'll save this instancer over here and we'll just sort of stay there for now. But I am going to go back into my back into the Metaverse Academia public where you can find all the assets. So I'm back in world building public assets. And since I am using rocks that come from the Quaternius packs, I'm going to go back to my stylized nature mega kit. This thing is so nice. I love this thing. And I want to make some rock paths. Yeah. So I can make them pretty big. That's all right. And, you know, I think I'll just duplicate them for now. I probably don't need to put them on the instancer. The instancer especially comes in handy if you're working in groups. So I'm going to be 1 scale, and I'll sort of like put these in the ground. I don't want them to have character colliders, because then it'll just be like a really bumpy ride. So I'll rotate them a little bit. It's okay to keep them the same size. I probably wouldn't scale these too much. And, you know, you can make a more natural looking path by not having it be completely straight. And part of the reason I'm having it be kind of curvy is because I am going to put in some lights, like some lamps and stuff. Gotta remember to rotate these, otherwise they're all going to look the same. And then it's kind of like a puzzle a little bit, putting them together. And then, since I'm right here anyway, maybe I could put some sort of signage up here, or a board, or a video player, actually. So what I'll do is just for now, as a placeholder, I'll put a quad here. So I'll know to put like a video player there or something. That way people could sit here and watch funny videos or something, whatever people like to do in VR. People could even use this area for, you know, presentations or something like that if they wanted to do fun presentations in a fantasy forest. Kind of cool idea. I don't know, you could do anything. Anything is possible in Resonite. So now we have a path. And sort of a main spot. And I think that this is far enough away from over there that people could have separate conversations pretty easily. So that's good. I'm still not exactly sure what I'll be doing with that over there. Oh, I know. I know. I'll make a tunnel. I'll make that'll be a cave. Yeah, it could be like a big rock cave or something. Ooh, okay. Yeah, cool. Let's see. I am noticing that the character colliders on this big tree are starting to get in the way. Oh, but it looks like, looking at this tree, and I can look at the meshes by grabbing this mesh right here. This tree is made of 2 different meshes. One of them is the trunks, and one of them is the leaves. The leaves are the ones getting in the way, so I'm just going to turn off the character collider, which is this check mark right here. So my laser keeps colliding with this mesh collider, so I'm going to ignore raycasts as well. There we go. So people can climb the trunk, but they won't be able to stand on the leaves for the big tree. Okay, I think that the tree scatter is starting to look pretty decent. Sometimes it does take a while. You end up getting a lot of duplicates but it usually ends up looking pretty good. So it's worth it. And as long as you're duplicating and not spawning them out, and you're also, um, using the same 2 trees over and over and over again, uh, then it is a lot more optimized. Ooh. Yeah, we definitely need a couple of really big trees. Sort of even things out a little bit. Okay, I think the trees are looking decent. Another thing that we should think about is more foliage. Specifically like bushes, underbrush. When it comes to forests, there are, there's like the I forgot exactly what it's called. I should know this. But there's like the top part of the forest, that's sort of the mid growth, and then the sort of lower undergrowth, which is a lot of like moss and bushes and stuff like that. Now earlier I did bring out some plant brushes, I believe. But that does require a little bit of extra work because it produces a lot of quads. So I don't think we're going to use that today, but it's good to know that they exist. So I'm just going to bring out some grass and some sort of bushes. And since this is a fantastical forest, we're going to need some more brightly colored foliage as well. So let's do some cool, colorful stuff. If we kind of look up through these leaves, you can see that the material is one-sided. So I'm just going to put the material in here, and we're going to convert this material to dual-sided metallic instead. And now you can see, if we compare these two materials, we can see the other side of the material now. And it changed on here as well. So if I'm correct about Quaternius, they use the same material throughout all their plants, and you can see that the orange one is right here. So I'm just going to shoot this with that, and it should be the same. Yeah, perfect. So now we're using the same material between the two of those, which is great. In fact, I wonder if the grass is the same. Definitely not. Okay, never mind. Worth a shot. Okay. And then we'll do another round of these, but they're going to be a bit bigger. And we're going to do the same thing with these that we did with the trees from a while ago. Now, are these one-sided? Yeah, okay, so these are one-sided, and I think I want to change that. So I'm just going to grab that, convert to dual-sided. There we go. They're more full this way. I like that. Okay, so we got the rock path that we have to put into here as well. So I'm going to make another child of the foliage / rocks, and it's going to be rock path. There we go. All right, and then all of these are going to go under here. Yeah, you got to believe me when I say that figuring out how to do this organizing is a lifesaver when it comes to creating. Honestly, I mean, I'm kind of weird in the fact that I love to organize in general. So I'll often go to some of my older worlds and organize them and update them with the organized hierarchy. And the nice thing about using Quaternius and using CC0 and all of that as well is that you can publish these things. I mean, obviously, if you don't want anyone to, edit your world and publish it themselves or anything, then you don't have to publish it. But it makes it easy to publish later on if you ever wanted to do that. Okay, so I'm going to make another child of foliage rocks and name this bushes. Okay. And although there are multiple types of bushes that I could use, I just want to use the one type for now. It'll make it nice and performant in terms of just the world in general. Okay. And I'm actually going to make a parent of the bushes so we can do that same thing that we did with the trees. Okay. So let's see. I'm going to pin this inspector to me. Go into no clip. Make myself a little bit bigger so I can see it all from up here. Looking pretty all right. But gosh, it's so crazy looking at it from further away like this because it's like, you know, oh, all of this is so up close. And you would think, like, if you really wanted to make it super immersive so people could go out and about into the forest, hi, Beebot, oh my gosh. You know, you could take all these and then duplicate it a bunch and put it all over. But honestly, people aren't usually going to be doing that, especially if it's like a hangout world and cozy or something. So to keep it all optimized, it's really nice to have it like this. I am going to be taking these bushes and putting some of them around as well. Let's see. And in fact, before I duplicate these, I think I do want to do that. So I'm going to make them even bigger. Yeah, it's fine. Let's see. I guess this one can go there. Now, I'm just going to duplicate this. And then rotate, like so. Yeah. In fact, what I might do is translate it a bit more this way. Yeah. And I'll do one more. This one is too big. Far too big. They look like little broccolis. Cute. Now for the grass. So the grass is going to be a lot more all over the place, I think. Let's see. You know what I'll do early on as well is I'm going to take this grass and I'm going to put it under a parent to begin with before I duplicate it. That way I don't have to drag all of them over. And in fact, I'll preemptively put that right there as well. Yeah. Okay. And now what I can do, since they're all kind of large right now, I can just scale down the whole child. Yeah. So now we just have a patch of grass. Yeah. Excuse me. Cool. Okay. I'm gonna grass spawn. There we go. So I'm gonna duplicate this child here a bunch of times and just put it in a bunch of places. And by the way, I am using the gizmo to move these around. And if you use the little pink square down there, it will move them around quite a bit easier. Because it only moves them on 2 axes. Whereas if I just used the red or the blue, it'd only be going in one direction, but I can use both of them at the same time with that pink square. Yeah, okay. Getting there, getting there, getting there. I think I am pretty good on this instancer. Just put a few rocks around for funsies. But I think I've gotten everything I need from this. So I can always go around and duplicate stuff. Oh, now there's a big hole where the instancer was. All right. Looking good. So let's go back to our spawn area in here and make sure that we have everything organized. And fortunately, all this duplicating stuff that's already out keeps things really nice and organized in our folders that we've already made. Right, so now we're gonna have another one called Fantasy Plants. And that's where these are gonna go. Which is our specially colored ones. Gonna make big ones over here. So maybe I'll dedicate the red ones to being like really big, and I'll dedicate the blue ones to being pretty small, or not too small. Yeah, about mid-sized. Maybe there'll be sort of like bunches of them instead of just one of them hanging out. So they can come in bunches of 3 or 4, maybe. All right. Now, I would say that this part of the world building is definitely one of the more boring parts of it. Because it takes so long and it takes a fair amount of like organization and sort of designing, I guess. This is a lot to do with world design. Most of the fun part, or at least what I think is the fun part, comes with the lighting, which I'm going to go over as well. The lighting, the particles, sound effects, and also special props. And by special props, I mean like other things that you can bring out that aren't just sort of duplicated and put all over the place. I'm going to make sure some plants go over there for the cave. And I'm going to have to figure out the cave. I think instead of looking for a cave asset, what I'm going to do is, and I've mentioned this before, that to make caves, sometimes I will just I will just duplicate the rocks that I already have and sort of make a cave structure. So I'm going to do that. And I'm going to do it really large. And the reason I'm doing this really large is because I am going to try to make it so the cave is sort of connected to these mountains in a way. So I'm going to take one of these rocks and I think what I'll do is clear these trees to be out of the way. Okay, as before, I'm going to go into here and under foliage and rocks, I will name this cave. So all the cave rocks are going to be based on this. So we're going to have to make the outside. A lot of this is going to be like the cave part itself that people go into is probably just going to be like this big. So a lot of this back part of it can be simply filler. So maybe it'll have a decently tall ceiling, if not very tall. There we go. Yeah, that looks all right. Oh, there's a little hole right there, though. Let's make sure that's filled in. And use this as our cave ground. And don't forget that all of these have character colliders, which in this case is very good because we want people to be able to climb on these rocks. Okay. I think that's good. At the very end of this, I'll also be showing you how to publish a world. Not a ton of people like to publish their worlds, but it is something that is very good to know how to do. This ending up being a pretty big cave in this world. Hope it'll be okay. Yeah. Oh gosh. I could turn it into a rave cave. That'd be pretty cool. Okay. And then I can put these guys on here. What does it look like inside? Oh, that's not great looking. Beebot! Why? Yeah, I guess I should get some sleep, Beebot. Gosh. Always looking out for me by threatening me. You're funny, Beebot. Bit right there. Okay, I think this looks ridiculous. Let's see how it looks down here. Okay. See, that's not as bad. Yeah, it just looks like a mountain or something. And in the darkness, it'll look even better. Okay, so these can definitely get smaller. There we go. Okay. And now that I have that going on, I might as well get some crystals up in here. Okay. So we're gonna put the cave, and I think we'll put the cave here, like out in the environment. We'll make it cyan. That way if we have to move the whole cave, we can. Let's see. Actually, hold on. Cave rocks. Cave crystals. There we go. And that way if I want to make this an actual, you know, an actual rave cave, I could like pimp it out with like a DJ set and stuff too if I really wanted to. A DJ set or something up here would look freaking awesome, and so many like lights and stuff. I mean, you could, you know, that's just a potential thing. It's not really something that I'm going to be making during this tutorial. Just sort of pitching ideas, because you can really do anything with anything in the world of Resonite. So there is also the question of, do I want to make the same type of stone path that I made over there for getting here? And I think, to answer my own question, no. I would rather use these stones as sort of flat walking stones. Oh, what's that sparkly thing? That's Bebot. Hi, Bebot. He's my little constant companion. Hi, my little building companion. Who sometimes threatens me to take breaks. Oh, goodness. Oh, it's big open space right here. Gonna have to fix that. Let's see. I think to fix it, honestly, I'll just sort of scooch all this over. I see that grass sitting there too. That's never gonna get noticed. So I'm gonna scooch that over too. This howling stone. Since they're howling stones, and this is a rave cave, I'll put them on the outside of the entrance to the cave. That'll be funny. See, this is what happens when you're like me, you don't pay enough attention to the trees. All this floating stuff happens. Oh. Yeah. Okay. Okay, Bebot. Fine. I'll get some sleep. All right, that's another thing. Sleep well. You can't just keep going on fumes. Um. Okay, so one thing that I like to do. Oh my gosh, hold on. I'm almost done, Bebot. I promise. Okay, one thing that I like to do, and this does take up room in your inventory, so I wouldn't always recommend it. It kind of depends on the importance of your project. But one thing that I will recommend is in that same folder that you made for the world and like for your assets. Here. So in this same folder, now this is just what I do because I like to save copies. Saving copies will take up more room in your inventory. So clean up copies as you need to. But I'm gonna turn off autosave, save changes to what I have here right now. This is looking pretty good. And for you guys, you know, the video is just gonna cut to the next part, so you don't have to worry about this, worry about me sleeping for a few hours. But you know, reminder to sleep for a few hours. Don't keep going on fumes. I know I already said that, but it's important. It's good for your brain. All right, so now now that I've synced up there, I'm gonna save to inventory, just save copy. And saving the copy literally just saves a copy of it. You want to save a copy instead of doing a save as, because as we continue to build, it will use the original, the first one that you saved as your save as. It'll keep building on that one. And so I like to, in my worlds folders, I like to have just the one world orb in the base of the folder just to sort of go off of. Okay. Okay, so let's do a little bit of a catch up, make sure that we're all on the same page. So what we've covered so far is creating the world, where to find the world assets, what tools to use, and also inventory, or not inventory, hierarchy organization, which is super important. And in fact, we're just going to go into the world root again and take a quick look at that. So now you can see that all the stuff that we've made or that we've put into the world is now underneath world. And I am still here. And the only other thing in the spawn area is this quad that we're just keeping as a placeholder. And then all of the scatter, all of the, you know, stuff that we've already placed out is underneath this environment thing. So the main area, oh my gosh, Beebot, I swear to God, I'm almost done. Well, you know, for the day. I'll be back. It'll be like a video cut for you guys. So this is all in the main area. And then we have some props. We haven't done a lot of props yet because the props are mostly going to be like the special props that we bring in that aren't instanced. We have the soft point stuff over there, Howling Stone over there. We also have our Rave Cave, which, you know what, I'm gonna go ahead and make this just be called Rave Cave. There we go, Rave Cave. So yeah, we have a rave cave, and that has all the crystals and all the rocks. And then, of course, all of our trees and foliage and rocks and stuff are underneath here. Yep, and then in the next part of the video, we'll be working on the lighting as well as particles and bringing in more special props. Yeah, and sound effects, you know, we'll just be doing the rest of the video. And now we'll do a cut. I bet you didn't even know I was gone. I was gone for like 12 hours and now I'm back. Anyway, so the next thing we're going to work on is lighting. And hopefully my brain has been rebooted a little bit and I'll be able to explain these kind of things better. So, back to business. Now, this is a little bit bright for what I want. The skybox that I chose at the very beginning it's pretty nice, you know, but it's not exactly what I want for this forest after, you know, putting it together and thinking about it a little bit more. So I think what I'm going to do is I am going to go back to the assets. Let's see. Public folders, world building public assets, CC0 skyboxes. So I want to choose something that's really, really dark. Maybe some stars and stuff. Well, this looks pretty good. So let's try this out. Yeah. Okay, I think that's a dark enough skybox. Okay. And now we will... Let's see, let's just sort of head over here for a moment. And I'm going to try to make this sort of entire place dark. Like dark, dark. So I believe that will include turning off the directional light entirely. So turning the intensity of this directional light all the way to 0. Now, in terms of building, I could have it be up just a little bit. Because, you know, maybe we want like some moonlight or something. Like, let's see, where is the moon coming from? It's coming from over there. So I think what we'll do is we'll have just the slightest bit of moonlight. It's maybe 0.1. Well, that's really dark. Maybe 0.15? 0.3. Okay, so it's super, super dark. And we want to make sure that the direction of the directional light is pointing in the right direction, if that makes sense. And actually, in order to tell that, I'm going to turn it back up. And then I want to make sure that the rotation of this is correct. So I'm looking over there at the gizmo, and I can see that the blue gizmo on the z-axis, let's see, is pointing the opposite way of where I need it to be pointing. Right now, the light is pointing down as if the moon were coming from over there, but I want it to be the other way around. So maybe I'll just make this negative? Okay, that looks kind of funny. So maybe, you know what I could do? I'm just gonna rotate the whole gosh dang thing. It's gonna be like that instead. Yeah, so now the light's coming down from where the moon approximately would be. And then put this back to 1.3. Okay, so we got the lighting there. A lot of lighting from worlds comes from the skybox itself. So I'm just gonna take a quick look at this. And you can see the tint on the Skybox does kind of do a lot for there's not a whole lot right now because we made the lighting really, really low, but if you look up at the moon, the tint changes. We're gonna keep it white, I think. Just because we have the moon up there and we don't want it to be like a purple moon. I mean, maybe we could change that later on, but let's not worry about it too much. There's also like a bunch of ambient lighting and stuff. There's a lot of different things you can do with lighting in here. There is a reflection probe as well. Reflection probes can give you really nice reflections on metallic materials specifically. So those are nice. Usually they are just reflecting the skybox. And some people like to bake their reflection probes as well. I'm just going to leave it for now since that's the default. So we need to be on the hunt for lights because now that we've made this place totally dark, we want it to be lit up by some sort of source still. And that requires us getting out lights. So earlier we did bring out the light tool. So I'm just going to click and drag back and you can see it just makes a point light like that. And I'm just going to make a couple of these for now. So you can go to Sketchfab or look in all of those public folders for different light source sort of models. So I've found some of these models on Sketchfab, like this lantern here, and these lights I set up a bit ago. These are in the fantasy folder. So let's just sort of place those somewhere for now. And then, but these models, although I've set up the materials, I don't actually have lights in them. So these little lights that we've made, you can actually grab them. I believe, yeah, you can click them as well, and that'll turn them on and off. But say I want to put them in here. So I'm going to get my dev tool. I'm going to make sure that's highlighted. Put it right in there. And then I can, if you're not using an inspector, you can just make a light and then just shove it in there. You know, maybe make it not grabbable as well. But if you are using an inspector, you can actually parent the light itself underneath the object. So this point light here, I'll put underneath the lantern. And the visual on that point light, we're not going to need since it's hidden anyway. Don't need that thing, don't need the light orb, don't need the grabbable. And I want to make this light color match the lantern color. So let's just make it a little bit warmer like that. There we go. Yeah. And when you make a point light by default, it doesn't have any of the shadows on, which is good because those take up a lot of performance. It's really good. The shadows are great for stylizing specifically, but you don't want to use too many of them. Okay, let's make another point light here. Oops. There we go. Oh, I took a photo on accident. Oh, oh my god. Oh, I gotta save that. That's silly. Okay. So here we go again with the point light. And I guess we will keep this pretty warm still. not quite as warm as the other one. Turn off the grabbable, turn off the light orb, turn off the metallic. Okay. You will notice sometimes that when you put things underneath FBX objects, the scaling turns out really funny. So, like, this light is absolutely huge because this FBX is super tiny. And that's just sort of something that happens with FBXs. So if I really wanted to fix the lamp entirely, let's see, so now this is scale 100. So if I reset position rotation scale, and also position rotation scale, and reset this scale, there we go. Now it's 1 scale. It's very funny. I don't really like FBXs because of the weird scaling issues. But it's not terrible. So I'm just gonna optimize that really quick. Scale. And then save it to the folder I was using. Fantasy folder. There we go. Now if you guys want these lamps, they're just in the fantasy folder, and I set them up with lights. Okay. So let's see. Now it would be a good time as well to put these lights underneath another slot, underneath props, perhaps. So we'll do... Now, this is there. And we're going to put the other lights, fairy light, and point light. Oh. There we go. So now that we have these out and about, let's see, which one do I want to use? This one doesn't look so bad. I kind of like the look of this one a little bit better. Yeah. Oh, yeah, okay, so we'll get into particles in a bit, but we are going to put a fire here that's going to have particles as well as light. So this is looking good. All right, it is nice to have lanterns just sort of around, so people can always grab that if they need it. Why is there like blood on the ground? Ooh, spooky. Yeah, so you can see how it's fleshing out a little bit more with the lighting. Because now when you look around, it's like, ooh, deep, scary forest. Before it was very just sort of like bleh. This grass off the path. Yeah, because we want to make... Oh, okay, that is an instance where I made the entire ground grabbable. And it all flashes before your eyes, like life. So that's what that looks like. So maybe we can have like a thing over here that's like, oh, there's 2 lanterns and it paves the way for where you're trying to go. Yeah. By the way, I do have these sort of honey tendrils. I know you've probably noticed already throughout this tutorial that I have these, but I thought it was fair to mention that's what's going on. Like, yes, these are mine. They were a gift from Gearbell. Good old Gearbell. Okay, I'm gonna move some of these guys out of the way. Yeah. Looking good. Okay, we're definitely gonna have to put some, let's get this guy up closer. We're definitely gonna have to put some more lights inside of there. I do want to make a very specific lighting for this rave cave. And that lighting is basically going to be like kind of rainbow floating lights that go from one end to the other type of thing. So I think something that I can put in the fantasy folder is a light that I've had, or I made a long time ago and I've had for a while. And I can briefly explain how I made it. It was pretty simple, but I'll also put it in the fantasy folder for people to just sort of grab and take out. So this is a very simple floating light. Now, how I made this is, let's do this. It's a sphere. So I called it light floater, and that's just the grabbable. And then it's a sphere with a sphere mesh, and it has a Fresnel material on it. This is what the Fresnel material looks like. So it's just sort of, a little glowy thing. I also put a wobbler on the sphere, and that's what's making it kind of go up and down. That is also what I'm going to be using to make it go all over the cave, which I'll show you in a minute. And then the actual light on it is here, and I connected the light to the color of the sphere as well. So if I change the light color here to different color, the sphere also changes color. So what we could do is we could either leave it like this, and actually I'm going to save it like this to the fantasy folder, just so it's in there. But what I'll be doing is using okay. You know what? I said I wouldn't use Flux for this tutorial, so I'm not gonna. I was thinking about making some Flux to make it change colors dynamically, or over time, I should say. But you know what? I'm actually just gonna use the wobbler and then have maybe like 4 different spheres moving around the whole cave. Yeah. Okay, so I'm gonna just pin that to myself, and we're going to travel over to the rave cave. I think for the path over to the rave cave, I will be perhaps putting particles along here, since the rave cave is going to be like the most, quote, sort of magical area. Let's see, I could put these here as well. And while I'm at it, I'm going to be putting this light floater underneath the cave here. And I'll just be naming this light floaters. There we go. Maybe I want this one to be more blue. Just little adjustments. This one's still 8. Yeah, okay, cool. Now the rave cave is kind of big, so I'm going to make these spheres kind of big. Yeah. So I think what I'll do is I want to visualize where this sphere is going to be wobbling. So this wobbler, the magnitude, I want the magnitude to be very large over all of these axes. Clearly that is too large. And I'm gonna up the speed so that way it'll show me more quickly kind of like where its range is. Yeah, so the magnitude is way too large. I want it to be kind of going around in like almost a cube. Seems to be going much too low. That's on the y-axis. So okay. So that's where the light floater is centered. So I think I'm gonna have them all be centered around here. All right, that seems okay to me. Okay, I'm gonna turn off the grabbable there. I am also going to slow this way down. There we go. I'm also going to make the sphere a lot bigger. So maybe 5. Not too big. 3, and that makes the light go out a little farther as well. So let's bring the range down to 6. Okay, getting somewhere good. So instead of having them be white, I'm gonna have them all be very just bright other colors. So this one will be the red one. Now I'm just gonna duplicate this and maybe move it over just a tad. And then we're gonna change the seed on here. So I'll just hit normalize and that'll make it a bit different. Excellent. Now let's change the color to green. Okay, now let's do that again. I'll put this one a little bit further over there. And we'll change this one to blue. And change the seed. I'll set this to average maybe. Okay. And we'll do one more. Bring it over here. And reset to default. That'll make it 0. Put a random number in there. And then we'll make this one like a yellow-orange type of deal. It's going a little bit too far over, though. There we go. Okay, I think that's okay. But I do want to make the spheres bigger and the wobblers slower. Actually, maybe 5 was pretty good. Now I'm just going to take this value by grabbing this box over here and apply it to the rest of these floaters. Oh, and oh my gosh, please don't forget to turn back on your autosave. I did that just now. Oh my gosh, yeah. Never forget to turn back on your autosave because you want to make sure autosave is still happening. I'm gonna turn down the range on these lights even more, I think. I think at the entrance to the rave cave as well, I am gonna want some of these. So I'm gonna go ahead and duplicate that. And I'm going to no clip. And the thing about all of this light, though, is we'll probably have to take off the lights themselves and then just leave the visual of the bulbs. Excellent. And then I think we can just delete the point light. Because the less point lights we have, generally the better. So less lights we have, generally the better. Because then if we have too many, it just absolutely litters the world with them and your performance drops and. Okay, yeah, I think that looks pretty good. So let's turn off the grabbable on these. Now these are pretty big, but they're ceiling decorations, so hopefully that'll be okay. Yeah. Come on, Bebot. Come on, you can do it. Okay, I think we're good on the rave cave. For the time being. Yeah, that looks good for lights and stuff. Now I think it would be a good time to move on to particles. I think for the particles, what I can do is I can show you, first of all, a way to make particles. I will also be pulling out some particles from my public folder that I just sort of happened to put in there recently. Sort of a very basic particle system for these blue plants here. And they're just gonna be like kind of little sparkles that kind of come up. And we're gonna use this particle system. And you just, create new particle system right there. And then it brings up this inspector. So I want my particle system to be going up as if these plants are sort of producing some sort of magical spores or something. Before I start working on this, I'm going to make sure that I name this particle system. So maybe spores particle system. And then what I'm going to do is under world, I'm going to make another folder. This one is going to be called assets. And you definitely want to make sure to either use a color on this or name it like world assets or something, because there is another assets folder on root, and that is a totally different assets folder, and you do not want to be opening that one up. So I just like to color mine, magenta usually, but that's up to you. And I'm going to make a child of that and name that particles, because we're going to have multiple particle systems in this world. And I generally like to keep my particle systems all under the same place. And then the emitters for the particle systems will be in different spots. So there we go. And so that's in there, and I'll leave that aside. But so briefly going over a particle system, the emitter is where the particle system is coming out of. So all the rest of this stuff is still like here, but the emitter is right there, and that's where the particles are coming out of. So I'm going to want my emitter itself to be like in these plants somewhere. And so I want to edit my material. I want to edit what's happening to it, right? See, the emitter is there, but all the rest of the stuff is here. And I think I want to make it blue, just like the plants here. Yeah. And in fact, I want to overdrive it, the color, and I'll do that by turning it to linear and turning up the gain. So that way it's nice and glowy, like that. Turn up the gain way a lot. And this is a good texture. I still want to use this texture. So I want these to go slower, first of all, and I notice that some of them are also darker. So let's go to initializers here. And this color range initializer, if I drag this white value over to this other value, now both of them are white. You know, actually, let me undo that. I kind of liked some of them being a little bit darker, so you know what, I'll keep it. Uniform size, so I do want these to be a lot smaller. So let's just make them really tiny. Yeah, it's okay. Lifetime range is how long they last outside of the emitter. I think this is okay for now. Speed, I definitely want them to go a lot slower. So let's make this range a heck of a lot slower. There we go. And we might actually have to turn up the lifetime a little bit. Some of them are too dark. There we go. And I want them to go straight up. You know, this is like a good emitter, but I want them to emit and then sort of travel upwards. So what I'm going to do for that is I'm going to attach another component to this initializers slot here. And I'm going to go into rendering, particle system, and modules. Now, all of these do different various things to your particle system, and you should absolutely mess around with like all of these, and it's super fun to do so. But for me, what I want to do is I want to give it some gravity. So I'm going to put gravity force on here. Now, in order to make any of these work, you have to make sure to grab your component and put it in the particle style here. So I'm going to add another module on the module list and then drop it in there. And now you can see that I have a simulated gravity. But that's definitely a little bit too much. So I'll turn the gravity down, and now it's negative, and if I have negative gravity, it's going to go up. So I just want it to be barely any gravity. So I'll do negative 0.01, maybe 0.1 would be better. There we go. Yeah, so that's what I want. I think I do want it to be slower still. So I'll turn the speed down even more. Like so. And I want it to last a little bit longer. So my lifetime range, turn that up a little bit, that range up. One thing I'm noticing is that when they disappear, they just kind of blip out of existence. And there's another thing for that I really like to do. Particle system, modules, alpha over lifetime linear gradient. So I'll put this in here. Whoops. Let's do this. It's easier. There we go. And then I want the alpha to fade out. So that should give it a nice fade out. And I realize that this lifetime is a little bit too long still. Yeah, so now you can see they're kind of fading out nicely. In fact, maybe I'll have just the range of the lifetime be greater. So it'll be between 2 and 10. There we go. Okay, so now while my particles are here, and I'm gonna reset my transforms like that. But now my emitter is wherever my particle systems are, which is gonna be at spawn, just with the way I have it set up. But I want my emitter to be like here instead. So what I'm going to do is I'm actually going to, since there's going to be multiple of these emitters, I will make a parent of this, like so. And I am simply going to select this emitter and then bring to. And then that will bring just the emitter slot over to where I am. And then from there, I can use my gizmos to place them wherever I want them to be. So I'll place this kind of in the ground here. Yeah. And to be honest, I think I want this sphere emitter to be bigger. I want it to cover more ground. Yeah. And I want the rate to be less. I want less of them to come out at a time. There we go. And I also want the particles to be slower still. They're a little too fast. There we go. Actually, the speed on it might be due to the gravity as well, so I'm going to change the gravity too. Yeah. It's even less. There we go. And this way we can up the lifetime again. So they'll stick around longer. And once I've kind of decided on my, decided on the look of it, then I can duplicate the emitter and put it around in the different blue plants. So something else that I want to go over, which is very, very nifty and useful for world building, is culling. So there is a type of culling that I love to do on almost everything in a world, and it's localized as well, which is very nice. And that is, hold on, I'm going to turn down the emitter a little bit. That is, if you go into the components, by the way, if you don't want to do anything with inspectors, you don't have to do any of this. You can actually just skip ahead in the video. And there, I am going to show you where you can find particle systems that you can just pull out and place in different spots that have already been made. So this is just an extra little lesson for you. So culling, yeah. Culling is also something you don't have to worry about if you're not going to be using an inspector. So under transform and drivers, and I'm doing this on the emitter slot, I want to do a user distance value driver. And then scroll all the way up and type bool. So this is basically going to allow you to have the emitter of these particles turn on and off depending on how far away somebody is. Which is great because you do not want all of your particle emitters to be on all the time throughout the entire world for everybody. So for my the near value, so if I'm near enough to this, I want the sphere emitter to be enabled. So I'm going to put the enable in there, and the near value is on. And then the node, I generally like to do the head, because if you do something like hips, that might not account for all of the users, since some users have no hips, they just have a head and hands. So I usually like to do head. And then the distance kind of depends on what you want. So I'm just going to put 10 there, and then I'm going to back up until this turns off, and I'll decide if that's a good distance or not. So I want to be able to see the emitter from maybe this distance. So I can raise this until that turns back on. Okay. Yeah, so I think that's a good distance. 25 feet. 25 meters, excuse me. Yeah. Okay, so now that I've put that distance driver on there, it's going to cull out whatever emitter I put wherever. So I'm going to duplicate this emitter, and I want to put one here as well because there's blue plants here. So I'll do the bring to, and I'll have to select the slot so I can move the gizmo. And I do kind of like the idea of putting this underneath the ground a little bit. There we go. All right. So let's duplicate again. Bring to. And we'll move that to over here. Yep, working just fine. There's another one here. And before I keep going, I'm just going to kind of look at my handiwork. So as I'm looking right now, I can tell that the emitters are, the rate is too high, the radius is not big enough. So I'm going to change that on all of these. So I'm going to make the rate 2 and the radius 6. Maybe I'll make the radius 1 actually. Yeah. Okay. And 2 might even be too high. Now, another question is, do I want them to go in a random direction? Because I can do that. But I don't think it matters too much because of the gravity that I have on it, so this should be fine. Okay, that's looking a little bit better. So, bring 2. There we go. And just checking, I'm going to walk away from this, and that check mark should turn off. Yep, Good, good, good. Ah, here's another one. And the reason I put these distance drivers on here before anything else is because I can duplicate these slots and this will come along with it and work with it. So I don't have to keep adding it over and over again. There we go. And there's definitely other ways that you can do culling as well. And that can include maybe having some sort of like UI panel at spawn that's like, oh, do you want the sounds to be off, or do you want the, particles to be off and all of that kind of stuff just in general? And that can help save people's performance as well. But for the sake of simplicity, I am just going to do it this way for now. And I think I might use the light floater for this. Is for these red plants. Perhaps I guess orangish red. How is it gonna look if I have that in there? See, it'd be nice if the red plant was see-through in a way. Oh, I know. How about we just edit the material, and this will probably edit the material for the blue plants as well, but we'll just make them emissive. Yeah, okay, that looks really cool. All right. Yeah. So now you can kind of see these in the dark, and they're a little bit more mystical. Cool, okay. So now having lights in these would be pretty cool. However, these lights do go out pretty far. So for the culling, I think I might... well, first I'm going to make this distance a whole lot smaller. Yeah. And then I will put a user distance value driver bool on the light enabled to head and near is on. And then maybe I'll make the distance pretty far, like 35. Because the thing about lights turning off and on is that they're very obvious. Okay, so I think that's good enough. Well, wait, hold on. It's not good enough. Maybe 45? 50. 55. And since I already have particles on the blue ones, I'm only going to make the lights on the funny orange ones. Okay. Bring 2. Put that there. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Yeah, so that way when people are away from spawn, it'll, all of these will turn off, I guess. Okay. So now that I'm kind of just looking at it all, I think there's too much light now. Let me start by just turning down the range on this point light. That's a good start. And also, so 5 and 0.8, I think. It's good for these. Okay. I'm going to do another save changes. I mean, my autosave is still on, but... So now we're going to get out a little bit more particles. So the first one, or the first sort of particles that I'll show you how to get to is the particles from my public folder, just because, I like to use those ones, and that's why they're in my public folder. And I created them, let's see, so under Molly's assets, Molly's particles, there's just a few of them right now, but we're going to be using a couple at least. So these are locally positioned fireflies. So this is just a cone for you to put down wherever you need it to go. So if you're not using an inspector, you can just sort of bloop, just put that down there. And then you'll see around there will be fireflies and like particles, see that? With lights on them that will sort of come up and about. I am going to make sure that this is put nicely in our particles folder, however. So I'm just going to open up a couple of these. I'll go under assets, locally positioned fireflies, and the emitter on these fireflies are locally positioned to you, so you don't have to put the emitter anywhere. They're just going to be constantly underneath the local user's feet. And I don't need this cone. So this light template, having a light template for particles with lights is usually pretty nice to have. So I'm just going to have that light template there so we can use the one template for any and all particles. And I'm just going to position, rotation, scale. We don't need a grabbable on that, or the item detection or thumbnail source. There we go. Okay, so now we have the fireflies like that. So another thing we're going to be bringing out from my public folder is smoke particles. And the reason I'm bringing this out is because we're going to have a fire right here. So just for now, I'm going to put that right there. And then I'm also going to show you, if we go back to my public, Metaverse Academia public, we're going to go into user public folders. And Josh Tiger public right here has amazing particles in it. I believe it's under his creations. Yeah, and then it's this rainbow one right here, particles. and it's just absolutely fantastic. So if I wanted to have some sort of fire, like if I just pulled out any one of these, you could see that it's just beautiful. And you can just grab it like this. It has this little thing and put it wherever you want, and then it's just there. So I remembered a perfect place to get a fireplace, and you have to do pretty much no work to do it. We're gonna go to Resonite Essentials. Don't mind that. That's a mod. Resonite Essentials, community shared folders, and then just right in here is Gearbell's Toy Shop, and she has a fireplace right here, and it's absolutely perfect. And it's got roasting sticks too. So you know what we're gonna do? We're actually gonna move this smoke emitter. I'm gonna move the smoke emitter to the fireplace with the roaster. And we'll just put it right here. It's fine. She's even got a fire sound in there, which is something I was gonna do anyway. Excellent. There. I can roast this turkey leg. Oh! Okay, so that's an example of something you could just pull out of the folder and you don't have to make from scratch. Excellent. So we have the fireplace. We have the fireflies. Oh yes, and I was going to use a particle system of some sort on this pathway towards the rave cave. And I think what I want to do for that is go into Josh Tiger's public folder again, and creations, particles, and just sort of pull something from here. So maybe what I could do is I could have this. Ooh, bright. Because I like how it looks. And then I can put a panner on just this as an object that goes back and forth between here and the rave cave. Yeah, I'm just gonna do that. That sounds good. Okay, so I still want to make sure to put it all beneath particles and only have the emitter out. Turn off the grabbable thumbnail source. And then the emitter will be just out in the environment, I think. Looks good to me. Okay. Cool. Now, I want the emitter to be up to scale, rotated correctly, and a bit below the ground. So I'm actually just gonna add a component, transform drivers, and we'll be using a value gradient driver float 3. And we'll also be using a... Now, normally people will use a panner 2D, but I'm going to use a time sine driver for this one. I like the time sine driver. So I'm going to grab the value of the position here and put it there. And then I'm going to move the emitter to where I want it to be at the end of this. There we go. And then I can take the position now and add the value there, and that'll be 1. And then it'll just go back and forth. Yeah, rotation actually doesn't matter here. So I'll put the progress bar in the time sine driver. Now you can see it's going to go back and forth. I want it to be a bit slower though. And now that I have these values in here already, I can put that in there. And there you have it. Maybe I do want it to be faster. Because it kind of does this slowdown, which is why I use the time sine driver instead of a panner. So I could have it go even faster. And then it'll look something like that. That's pretty cool. Maybe I did need a parent. That's okay. Path. Yeah, okay. And now I am just going to duplicate that entire path and move it to the side. I think the only other thing I'd want to do is just move it forward a little bit. Yeah. Yeah. Excellent. So for sound effects, there is a really nice tool that you can find, again, in the public folder section of the Metaverse Academia. And it's in Community Tools, Community Asset Editors, and it's the sound browser. So this was made by Armored Dragon. And we do have their public folder in here as well. So, you know, if you want to look for the newest edition or anything like that, you can absolutely do that. User public folders, Armored Dragons, and I think it's DevTools. Sound browser. Yeah. Yeah. So the way this works is it uses sounds off of freesound.org, which is incredibly nice. So say I wanted crickets, and then I hit the search button, and then it just grabs me a whole bunch of stuff. So let's see, if I wanted... So this is an ambiance. Of crickets. So let's try maybe forest night. Search. This one sounds nice right off the bat. Okay, so I found one that I like. Crickets at night in a forest. So I am gonna save that to my folder that I made for this world. So in my work, worlds, fantastical forests, and assets. I'll save it in that assets folder again. Okay, Gearbell is a genius and already put sound on the fire. And let's see. There's not a ton else that you would need for your world unless, in terms of sound effects, unless you have very specific interactable things. Or maybe if I wanted to, say, have some sort of sound effect playing when you go down the path, I could do that. Maybe let's try to look for something like that, like magic search. So maybe there's some sort of magic ambiance. This sounds nice. So maybe I'll have that go off when somebody enters the cave.
Bro, your magic bar.
Ooh, this one's nice for walking down the path. Okay, I think that's all I need. So I'll save these again. So what I'm gonna do with this, because this is gonna be able to be heard by anyone and everyone, is under the assets folder that we made. I'm gonna make a child and name this SFX, sound effects. And I'll make a child of that. And we'll name this crickets. And now the only things that we need on this specifically are, if we go up to that, see how it's a lot of slots and a lot of things already, and that's mostly just for this UI. But all we need is the asset, so I'm going to drag the asset, and the audio output. I'm going to drag that one too. And now that we have those, we can actually just get rid of this, but we still have all of this. Since this is going to be global, I'm just going to make it like that. So this is the audio output. A lot of the components here we don't need these. We do need the audio clip player and the audio output. We want this to be on, and we want this to be not all the way up. In fact, we're probably going to want it to be pretty quiet. We don't want it to be spatialized because that means as you get further away, it fades. In this case, we want it to be global, like that. Let's have it on play and repeat it. So now it's on loop. If I turn it all the way up, it's quite a bit louder. So we want it to be about 0.3 since it's the background noise. Maybe even less, 0.25. Nah, 0.3. And then we're also going to make the audio type group sound effect. So that way, you know, if people want to turn it down in their menu, they'll be turning down their sound effects and not their multimedia. Okay. So that's good. Now, this that I'm about to do with these guys is going to be a little bit extra fancy. So, you know, it's okay if you don't want to do this. I'm just doing it because it's fun. So I'm gonna make a box. This is gonna be a whole deal. Okay. But whatever. Bear with me. So I'm gonna make a box, and I'm going to make it big. And I'm gonna make it really big. Put it all the way over here. Right? And I'm basically having it just encompass the entirety of this sort of magic pathway area. Yeah. Let's bring it out a little bit more. There we go. So basically, once someone walks into this box, they are going to hear that sound effect. I'll show you how I do that. So first of all, I just needed this for the box collider. So I can get rid of the box mesh, the renderer, the value copy, the grabbable. Now I just have this box collider. I'm gonna rename it box collider. Yeah, that's fine. And I'm going to reparent it as well to our environment. You know what? I'm going to make another parent of the environment called Magic Path. And I can put these path emitters underneath here and the box collider. There we go. So what we'll do is we will have a let's make a parent, and we'll do musical stuff. Musical magic. Okay. And the one that we wanted for the pathway specifically was this longer one. So we're going to do the same thing that we did with and actually I'll just move the static audio clip there, and the audio output and audio clip player. Yeah. And then that's all we need from that. So we only want this audio clip player to play once. Or, actually, you know what? Let's do a, okay, that is an OOG, so that's good. Let's do make loopable. And we're just gonna keep it on a loop. And we'll have it about there. And we will have it global. And then the box collider. Now this is a great component. I love this component. Under utility, physics colliders utility, ladder user tracker. So if let's see, I believe I have to make this collider a trigger. And then once I'm in there, you'll see that it grabs me and it says my local user is inside. So in order for that music to play locally, I am just going to drive the audio output here with that is local user inside. Right. And I think that the biggest issue now is that the music turns on and off very suddenly. So without making Flux, so we use two more components. We use the Boolean value driver float and the smooth value float. And we drove the state with the local user inside again. And the target of this is the smooth value here. And we are smoothing the value of the volume right here. So when I go in here, the volume smoothly goes up. Okay. So now we've got that. Magic path. And now there was one other area in the cave that so we're going to make another box because when you come into the cave, you are going to have another sound effect play. Yeah. And we want to make sure that it plays pretty much right as you get in there. Yeah. Okay. So get rid of the box mesh and the render. Value copy the grabbable. I can change this to trigger. And we're just gonna copy this component. Excellent. And then we'll do enter cave sound. Now, where did I actually leave that sound? Oh, there it is. Enter cave sound. And we're going to grab the same things, move that over, move that, and move that. This is a dot. Oh, this is .oog still. Okay, good. Okay. Now, the issue with this is that we want it to play once. Mm. What we might have to do is use Flux. We're gonna use the slightest bit of Flux. I'm sorry, but deal with it. So, Underworld, and a lot of people who make worlds end up having a lot of Flux, so we're just gonna make a Flux folder underneath World. And I'm gonna make a child of that, and then also bring it here. And we're gonna name it Cave Entrance Sound Flux. And the reason I'm using Flux for this is because when it comes to playing sounds once, you kind of I don't think there are many options with components when it comes to just playing a sound like that once. But there is a Flux node called Play One Shot. This is the I got this from Resonite Essentials. This is the Flux tooltip. I believe it is the hold on, it's either the second or the third tool. No, it's the fourth tool. No wait, second tool. Sorry. Oh my god, this is the glue tip. This is dangerous. Do not use this. I can't believe I made that mistake. So the second tool in the Resonite Essentials tools folder is the Flux tip. So we're going to be using, and I'm going to open up the browse nodes, and I'm going to be going to audio, and we're going to be double clicking on play one shot, and then double clicking to spawn out a play one shot node. So it's a lot more difficult to do this with components, and if there is, I don't really know how to do it with components. I'll be real with you. So I'm just going to use my trigger to pull out this input that says clip, like that. And I use my secondary, I click my secondary in order to pull out this after dragging it. I'm going to do the same thing with this root input here. And also this, because we only want it to be local to the person who fires the impulse. We're going to be getting the impulse from is local user inside. So we can grab that is local user inside and then open our context menu and get the source. So when this fires to be true, this will play. And we can do that by going back, going into flow. Fire on true is what we want. Since we don't want this to be firing, and we're going to connect this boolean here to the condition and this flow wire to the play one shot. Now, we don't want this to be firing for every single person. So what we can do is we can go to users and then local user. And I'm going to take this static audio clip and put it in there. And I want the clip to play from the center of this box. So we'll just grab the box here and we'll put that there. And we don't want it to spatialize. So that should be good. That should fire it for the local user. Yeah, and it worked just now when I went into the collider. Actually, you know, instead of playing from the middle of the box, I think I want it to play from a slot just sort of in here. That's right in front. Yeah, that way it sounds like it's coming from the cave. So I'm just going to put that empty object underneath the cave sound there. And I'll rename it audio slot. So we'll put the audio slot there instead. And now we can simply point our laser at this, hold down our secondary to select all of it, and then we're going to grab the cave entrance sound Flux here, open up our context menu, and pack into, like that. So now the Flux is packed here underneath our world, but it's still located over here in case I need to mess with it. So I guess that's a little Flux lesson as well. Okay, so theoretically that should be good. And there's not too much going on in the cave in terms of audio. We could get extra fancy and do some sort of reverb, you know, voice effect if we really wanted to, but nah. Okay. So it played behind me, and now it's playing the path music. There we go. Excellent. Okay. I'm going to save changes again. Okay. So now we're going to test the grabbables in this world. Now this is kind of a funny little thing. So let's go into third person for a moment. So I'm gonna get into no clip. I'm also going to get ridiculously large. And actually, what I'm gonna do is, instead of third person, we'll do smooth POV again. And you can see down there is all the stuff I was just setting up. Like that's the, here, I'll use my thing here. All of that. Ooh, it's so tiny. Cute. So what I'm gonna do is, for the time being, I'm just gonna put a light here. And I can always get rid of that. And then I'm gonna, so when you grab and open your context menu, there should not be a delete button over there. But if I grab, and you can see already a couple of things came up. See, look at that. So you can visually see that you can still grab things, and the destroy button comes up. So I'm not gonna destroy it, I'm gonna let go, and I'm gonna undo until I see the spawn point light again. So using this method, I can, like, what's that? Is there something very small? Oh, that's the cat lamp. let's try over here. So I didn't grab anything there. That's good. And this is just something that... Oh, look at that. Got a big one. This is just something that is very... It's something I thought of way later on, is to just sort of get really big and grab things like this. Oh, that's a big one. Because otherwise, it's very easy to miss or forget objects. Okay, yeah, so there's definitely a path somewhere. And I think I grabbed a tree as well. Yeah, look at that. And I think it's just those two. I wasn't really finding anything else. And let me just scan around with my laser at these guys. Yep, nope. Now I can just grab this and delete it. And then rescale myself. Oh, kind of far away. Hold on. Scale up and scale down. Okay, so now I have to find wherever that dang path and tree was. Oh, I think I found it already. It's that one. And also a tree. Oh, wait. I think I saw a red laser. There it is. And I can always just use my grabbable tool to scan around. Oh, I found something grabbable. It was a rock. And it is kind of a funny cheating way of doing it, but it works. It works really well. Yeah, and you'll notice if I fly up enough like this, you can really see that, things aren't very filled out on the horizon. You know what I might do is steal this bush and okay, I am gonna get larger and get that light back because that helped pretty well. There we go. Yeah, so I was noticing that it was fairly easy to see a little bit too much of the horizon. So I'm just gonna kind of put bushes around. Try to close off that gap a little bit. And that would be sort of at the edges there. We can use this as filler. Yeah. And this kind of thing ends up working pretty well. So even though people tend to have meshes in a lot of places, at least we're still using the same mesh for everything. which is very important. Now let me get rid of this second moon. And speaking of that, I'm going to take my material gun and grab the bush material and just make sure that, yeah, smoothness is down all the way so it's not reflecting too much light. I think I want to do the same for the, get rid of this, for the mountains back there. There we go, that's better. Okay. So, I'm going to save changes. And we're just going to do a little walk around. Make sure that it all looks pretty decent. I was considering maybe changing the spawn to be a little bit more fancy. And by the spawn, I mean the spawn visual. So go to world, spawn area, visual cylinder, and we just have this unlit right here. This unlit material. And this color is boring. Let's get something more mystical. We could do blue, we could do purple. Yeah, let's do a blue type of thing. Perfect. And this is a pretty boring texture. Let's go into our Resonite Essentials again. Hold on. And we'll just go to Assets, Resonite Assets, Pictures, Sprites, Images, maybe Patterns, or perhaps Gradients, since we're already using a gradient. So maybe let's get out a different looking gradient, maybe a colored one. Maybe not a colored one. Yeah, this one looks different. Also not as fun. We want it to be up and down. Well, actually we can use this one, but we can take it out and rotate the texture. Yeah. So it's a little bit more like that. It's not doing too much. Perhaps we could... We could put a wobbler, maybe, on the height. So transform, or maybe it's 1D actually. Transform 1D, magnitude, let's say 0.5, speed 0.1, and then the height would be here. We will need an offset, I think. 0.25. Yeah. Color is still a bit bright. Texture. Well, that's interesting. I wonder if we could do this instead. Ooh. There we go. That'll work. For a video, which I am going to put here. For now, I can get rid of the quad, though. Looking over here, I think I only want the rainbow particle emitter to be on when I'm close enough to it. So I'm going to fix that really quick. I will probably need an empty object for my culling. Because I want the user to be within a certain proximity of that empty object for these to be on. Okay. So I'll put that under the magic path. I'll just name this cull point. Right. And we will put the where is it? We'll put the user distance value driver on there. And since we have two bools we're going to be turning off, I'm just going to throw a relations value multi-driver bool on here. So that way I can just put one value into here. Change that to head, a near value. Let's start with 25. We'll probably have to up it. And now we can put the enabled for the emitters on here, like so. Perfect. So I want the emitters to turn on starting around here. Or maybe when the music starts. Yeah, so right here. 35, 45, 55. And I think that should be it. I mean, you can keep building onto a world. You can keep adding. There really is no such thing as, working on a world too much. I mean, obviously, take care of yourself and your personal health. And it's like I could keep going with this. And there's all sorts of nifty little smaller tutorials that are contained within this really big world building one. But I think that we're going to be sort of set for this world for now. And now I will teach you how to publish the world. And even if you've published a world, you can always reopen the world and edit it and save it, and then it will save that as the published world. So you can always make changes, no worries about that. And also permissions. So we're going to go to permissions. And now, depending on if you want people to be able to save your world, and if you want people to have builder in your world, you can set these for whatever you want. If you don't want anybody to be able to save the world, then I would recommend setting all of these as guest or spectator, probably guest because you still want people to be able to interact with things. You just don't want them to be able to use like builder and save the world. Now, when I publish worlds, I absolutely go with having the default host be an admin, and then the default contact to be a builder. And so basically the settings that are as it is right now. I really like that because then if it's a world that's meant for, kind of just hanging out, being cozy, then the person who hosts it, not only that can they make changes and build more parts of it if they want and save it and then publish their own version of the world, but they can also invite their friends, and their friends will have builder. Of course, they can always change these when they start hosting it as well. Because I can take credit for building this world. I cannot take credit for most of the 3D assets within it. So what I can do here is I'll make a description for the world. This is something that you should do before you publish it. And let me turn off autosave as well. Auto kick AFK is fine to have on. I usually leave it as private. So, okay. So that is the description for the Fantastical Forest. I'm going to save the changes again. The perms should be set up in the way that I like them. Maximum users is fine. I will be coming back here and putting the YouTube tutorial that I make with this world there, so you'll be able to watch it there whenever you come visit this world. I'm also going to save a copy. Okay. So I'm all synced. I'm going to head back to the hive. Here I am, back at the hive. So that's all synced. I am going to leave that world. And then I'm going to spawn out the world orb for the one that I want to publish. There we go. And you can see this was the very first this was the very first save that I made, and so there is my old Skybox in there in the preview and nothing else. But this is the world orb for that world that I just made. So I'm going to edit the metadata, and I can do this by clicking on it and edit metadata, and this little thing comes up right here. So there's a couple reasons I like to edit this. The first one, first and foremost, is the tags, because you can put tags in it that help people find worlds better. Right now, the worlds tab is not the best at searching and stuff, so make sure to put a decent amount of tags in it. So for example, I'm going to put in tutorial as well, world, magic, cozy, and fantasy. And then this will change automatically when you publish it, but this is going to be checked as anyone public, so anybody will be able to open this. Save. And now I can go to that spot in Resonite Essentials in the root of that folder and spawn out this guy. And then I just put this right in there and hit that button. And I'll say publishing. And this process, the publishing process, it can take between like 5 seconds and like 5 hours, I swear. It should only take a few minutes. And once it's done, it'll sort of float up and say submitted or something like that. I'm back after about like an hour, maybe, and it's still stuck like this. So I'm starting to think something might be wrong with my homeworld. This homeworld was created way back in the older platform called Neos. And so I don't know, maybe there's something weird about this world that doesn't allow me to publish stuff, because this has happened before. So what we're gonna do instead is we're just gonna delete those, and I'm gonna open up a private grid space. And we're gonna try it again. So Resonite Essentials, bring this puppy out. Oh my god, Bebot. Jeez. And then just double click to bring out the thing, and we'll just try this again. And there it is. It just works now. But I'm pretty sure there's something about the Hive that just doesn't really like publishing worlds. Cool. So now that that is submitted and the title turns back to the regular thing, Fantastical Forest, I'm going to go ahead and save this to my public folder as well. All these worlds. Save. And now what we'll do is we're just going to start a custom session, and I will start a private session. Start session. And here we are again. And I am just going to show you that you can absolutely edit things and then just sort of save it, and it'll save as it is. So let's see, like what would I want to edit in here? Something that kind of bothered me earlier was, here, I'll bring out the material tool, and I'll just grab that crystal material, edit. Yeah, so the emissive color is very, very, very bright, and it just really stands out. So I am just going to turn that down quite a bit. There we go. Oh, and that's already so much better. Okay. And the ones that spawn should also be changed. Yep. Yeah, look at that. Much better. Under session, it's still all the same stuff. And all you got to do is while you're in the one that's published, you just hit save changes, and it'll save it. Right. Also, if we go to worlds, we check published worlds, you should see now that a Fantastical Forest is in here. Even when I'm not hosting it, it's in here. So we opened up a grid space and figured out the skybox and the ground and turned off shadows, lighting. So the very basics of starting a brand new world. We went over where you could find assets, specifically assets for scattering and creating instances of environmental products and objects. We went over where you could find different options for all of that, specifically in the Metaverse Academia public folder and where you can find that folder. We also went over the different basic tools that you can use for creating a world without needing to use an inspector at all. We went over how to edit materials. We went over lighting, especially with directional lighting and point lights. We went over particle systems and sound effects and publishing a world. Also, saving the world and different options with that. That includes setting permissions. Yeah, and then also just sort of tips and tricks throughout the entire tutorial. I probably was just babbling to myself, but you'll probably get some sort of something out of that. um, yeah. So thank you for joining me on this little adventure, and thank you, Bbot, for making me get offline and get hydrated and stuff like that. uh, yeah. Thank you for watching!